Hey there and good evening. Welcome to the stream. I'm sorry about the alerts popping off there in the intro. It seems that the follow bots that have been plaguing Twitch for a while have gone totally nuts. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them following me just in the last 5 minutes. So that's great. So that means that we'll have to turn off the alerts, which is pretty annoying because I kind of like them, but it beats the alternative, which is listening endlessly to the follower tune, followed by increasingly random usernames for the HOS312 bot, which is not really my idea of fun. The game is up and ready. We skipped last Friday's stream because I took the boys out north to pick some blueberries. And, we're back at it. We were stuck in the sewers. And, I'm fairly sure the problem with that was just that we were tired, or I was tired, and I wasn't proceeding in an orderly manner. We just need to proceed to each of these staircases one by one until we find the right one. I think that's basically what we need to do. Game is loaded and ready. Let me tune up the in-game music just a little bit, and the game audio as well. There's a pretty big difference between the audio levels in this game versus both Might and Magic and Maniac Mansion, so always a little bit of fine-tuning to do. Let's get cracking. Might start up a new save here. Let's see whether this is I want to make sure this is the most recent save before we continue. I think it is. Fairly sure it is. So let's jump into the main menu and create a new directory for this stream. Since the name of the save file, if you use the bookmark stuff, it's always the same file name, so you need a different directory for each stream. Now our problem here is we've navigated through the sewers and found a key, and I'm almost certain that we're supposed to use that key in one of the crates upstairs, and we try this one first. This is the one that is at the end here. It's a traverse back. And we tried this one. That's not the right one. It's definitely one of these. I'm fairly certain we've tried all of them except the one that we want. Doesn't fit, he says. Okay, that's this one taken care of. This isn't nearly as difficult as some of the other ones because these staircases only really exist in the larger rooms, so there isn't quite as much. We need to check. There could be one here, for example. It's only really in the bigger rooms, but there is a staircase. I doubt there is one over here. This doesn't fit. We've done 3 of them now. We were here, we tried this one, then we tried this one, then we tried this one. And there's this one over here. What's the quickest way to get over there? One of the annoyances is that a map rotates, so aren't always looking at the same rotation of the map. You need to be a little bit careful with that. Now tried this one, I believe. Doesn't fit. Okay. Now let's try this room over here. We also need to be a little bit careful because there are some pits about, and we don't want to accidentally step into one of them. There's no staircase in this room. There might be one over here. I actually find this slightly easier to navigate just using this map. Yeah, there is one here. There it is. With a pleasant click, the key turned in the metal lock. Locklear turned to his companions and motioned for them to follow up the ladder. We finally found the exit. Only took us like 5 minutes. I knew that we were better off just taking a break. The gate swung open, revolted by the thick scent of excrement in the chamber. Locklear hastened to the ladder, affixed on the far wall, and ascended its filth-slick rungs. Behind him, Goroth and Owen reluctantly did likewise, scuffing of the noxious vapors in the shaft. This is nothing, Locklear grunted, shoving upwards against the grating. All the windows of the palace are open right now. You ought to smell it in the winter. Darkness surrounded them as they slitted out of the privy, their only impressions of the chamber provided by the faint flicker of distant firelight. 10 yards before them, the hall joined with an elaborate colonnade stretching in either direction. Somehow I hadn't pictured my first visit to Krondor like this, Owen sighed, falling blindly into step behind Goroth and the senior. What, you didn't like the romantic tour? Locklear chuckled. Not many people get to see that way into the palace. Drawing up short, Locklear's features brightened as they observed a pair of approaching figures, lost in conversation. Self-conscious of his bedraggled condition, he straightened his uniform and cleared his throat with a stentorian air. Greetings, Prince Arutha and Master Magician Puck. Yeah, what a way to meet important people while
That did not work. Oh no.
Now I got you just where I want you! Right in the goddamn corner!
Oh my god.
thanks for shouting out Mr. Cola. Cola is a great retro streamer here on Twitch. Streams mostly from original hardware, has a very nice collection of various systems. Should definitely go give him a follow. Hey there, Gleaser, welcome in. And hey there, Eva, welcome in as well. And thanks for shouting out, Gleaser. Lisa plays a lot of interesting games as well. Idle Champions and Heroes of Might and Magic as well. Should go throw him a follow as well. Welcome in, guys. We made it out of the sewer by I think mostly just by systematically looking for the door until we found it. We knew we had the key. I was just too tired last time to actually find the exit. Yeah, you've had that throat condition for a good while now. As glad as I am at the sight of you safely home again, Locklear, I can't say that my nose is as well pleased. I thought we had broken you and seen our chains of clambering around in the sewers. Well, it couldn't be helped. You know the way of old habits, Highness. We encountered a bit of trouble with the gates, and so I chose a more expedient, though somewhat more disagreeable path. It came to a happy end, however. James told us to send word that he is well and would see you in the morning. Incurable sewer rats, the both of you. I shall have to order that each of you be accompanied by a score of washing maidens to keep you presentable enough for court. Welcome home, Lucky. So that's Prince Arutha. Thank you. As happy as I am to be here, I'm afraid I come with bad news from the Northlands. I expected as much. With the falls, Nighthawks prowling my streets above and below. It can only mean the Morahedral are up to their old mischief. What do you know? Motioning to Goroth, the Locklear introduced the former Morahedral, shifting with a wave. Slowly Goroth lowered his hood. The gasps and startled reactions of the crowding hall helped mask the entrance of a second Morahedral in the chamber, this one armed with a longbow. Assassin, get down. Nice work. As we enter chapter 2, Shadow of the Nighthawks. A whisper led him through madness. He stumbled forward with unfamiliar feet, 10 times too small to belong to a warrior. There were lights of the hills around him, fires, voices shouting through a downpour of slushing hoofbeats. He reached for his sword, then remembered that he hadn't a sword that night. He had only been a boy of 12 midsummers. Only a boy, and yet he led the ragged remains of his father's tribe. Who leads the Morahedral? The whispering voice insisted in his head. I must see more. Years, a river of men coursed together in a bleeding tide, and he was amidst them. Screams rang. A howling figure silhouetted himself against the moon and brandished a bloody sword aloft. The wolfish figure screamed words of wrath and damnation as he cleaved his way through his Morahedral brothers. He was Telekan, former general of Rumantamus, leader of the unified tribes of the Northlands, and he was the enemy. Goroth. The memory detonated into a million fading thoughts, each fleeing after the faint echoes of a weak whisper. Before him now there was a new image, the face of a fair young girl, whose pale blue eyes watched him with a weary interest. There were others too, all seated like himself around a polished council table, all studying, all dissecting. And Goroth was the object of their scrutiny. I cannot find the truth, my prince, the tired girl whispered finally, quietly. His mind is chaotic. I find images, but I cannot hold them long enough to understand. Narrowing his dark eyes, Prince Arutha glared at Goroth. He hides his thoughts. Goroth is Morahedral. Puck quickly interceded for his exhausted daughter. Even with Gamina's exceptional talent for sensing thoughts, his mind may have many innate physical defenses. I may need to send for one of my advanced students. No need to disturb studies, Master Magician Puck. The Morahedral speaks truly. Council members exchanged surprised glances, then turned their attention to the aged magician seated next to Puck. Lowering his eyes, the man made a dismissive gesture. Forgive me, I do not mean to presume, but I have looked into his mind as well, Makala continued. War in the kingdom would have many wide-ranging effects, not the least of which could lead to a disruption of trade between our two worlds. The Emperor of Suranani would be most displeased if our rift-making secrets were seized by barbarians in warfare. Goroth glowered at the Surani magician. Trading agreements notwithstanding, the Morithrol watch your borders. Nighthawks spy on your imperial cousins, and before the snows there shall be an army come to the kingdom. Heed my words, Prince of Krondor, you must prepare your troops. Anger flashed in the thunderheads of Arutha's eyes as he rose to his feet. What I must or must not do will not be detected by a dissident Morithrol. If not for Locklear's good faith in you, I would have had your head staked on a pole and paraded up and down the low quarters of Krondor once I saw you. I have been tolerant while I listened to your vague speculations based on incidental half-heard conversations, but how am I to believe what you say? What evidence have you laid before this council to prove what Delacan intends to do? What evidence? I bear the humiliation of betraying my vow as a Morithrol and the indignity of surrendering to a sworn enemy. Why betray Delacan to the kingdom of the Isles? Of what benefit to you is it to snare him? He is leader in name only, however bitter a draught Delacan may be for your kith and kin to drink. Magician, his rule is black poison in the gullets of me and mine. Already enslaves my cousins and rapes the land. Going to tune the brightness a little bit. Looks a bit odd here on the capture. Looks better. For some reason this game is always a little bit dark on the capture. Either 48k RAM, welcome in. Thanks for shouting out 48k RAM, Ava Glampire. And what an appropriate clip, he's running the C64 maze. He normally streams a lot of Atari stuff. And fun 8-bit Atari stuff and even some repair stuff. You should definitely go throw him a follow. Some fun streams. Someone clipped it from your channel, obviously. Bloody his nose, Prince of Krondor, blunt his swords, and the unified tribes will cast him down in wrath. Let him cross your northern border, however, and 10 other clans will join their strength to his, and the legacy of Mandamus will be but a smirk next to his glory. Where would you have me send my troops, if indeed he intends a strike against one of our northernmost possessions? Which castle shall I garrison for the attack? High Castle, Iron Pass, Northwarden. If I am to fight a war by my teeth, tell me where you would have me fight it. Would that I could tell you, Delacan holds in good confidence only a handful of cowering dogs, and among them only a few are privy to his war plans. His private councils are restricted to choice individuals. His advisors Nara Ben Nago, his mistress Lialan, his son Moriolf, and Nighthawks. He keeps foul company, that leader of yours. Sorry, let me turn off the alerts. Or hide them, rather. Those follow bots are really making a mess of things right now. This is number 9, just tonight. I've already quieted down the alerts and yeah, there's absolutely no use banning all of these. There are like 9 or 10 of them every 10 minutes or whatever. So I've just turned off the alert sounds, and now I've switched off the alerts themselves. They will still play, but they will play off stream. Yeah, it's kind of like that. And it's utterly pointless because they make new username as they go along, so it's I don't see the point of banning them anymore. Your Highness, if you give me leave, I believe I can find the evidence of Delacon's intent. I will lead someone to accompany me to Romney and supplies for my journey and a small parcel of gold. That's the plan. Romney, what do you think you can find in our provincial river town in the heart of the kingdom? I aim to catch a bird in flight. Of late, Dalekon has emptied a good deal of his treasury to revive the service of the Nighthawks. In exchange, he has demanded tactical information about kingdom holdings. He's turned a guild of assassins into a guild of spies. Only for a time, although payments have been left in various hidden locales. The messages were always sent to a rendezvous in Romney. If I go there, I may be able to intercept information concerning a forthcoming attack. Would such evidence suffice? Perhaps. Damn me, but I don't trust you, Korath. How do I know that this isn't a plot of yours? We can weigh the evidence to our heart's content, and your cousins could be slitting the throats of my serfs as we sit dawdling. Go to Romney, but you will provide for yourself. If this is a part of some secret Moretro scheme, will not look the fool before the world. Pug, unroll the map for me. The scroll smelled of dust, scrawled in chicken scratches and spider tracks, tiny lines staggered across the moth-eaten paper, indicating the paths that were the major roads within the kingdom. Pointer in hand, Arutha bent over the map and pointed to a large black dot. We are here in Krondor. At dawn tomorrow you will leave through the main gate and rendezvous with your escort, Senior James. I know you might have preferred Locklear's company, but he has business elsewhere. Okay, so we're switching characters. You will head to Romney, providing one of Delacon's assassins doesn't slit your throat first. You should reach the Orsand fort within a month. In Romney, you will join a special detachment of King Liam's soldiers staying at the Black Sheep Tavern. They may be of service to you. So, make a little note of this, using the wonders of modern technology, the mobile phone. Nothing, Korath took in Arutha's advice, listening studiously as the prince reviewed the details. If you find the evidence, I will act only when James has conveyed the information to me. Is that clear? Only when I receive James's word. Until then, I wait. Understood, Korath replied. Good, Arutha replied, slapping the surface of the table with his palm. Looking around the council chamber, he noted the wearied expressions of all who sat around the map. Why don't you let Gamina and Makala show you around Krondor? I have a few things I need to consider alone. Reading the offer as a polite dismissal, the worn council members began to file out the door, most glad to be on their feet again following the grueling session. As Pug passed by, however, Arutha snagged his sleeve and drew him back to the table. If you don't mind, I would have your consul cousin, Pug. Certainly, Pug replied, resuming his seat. I'm all attention. As I see it, Dalekon could have only two potential targets for attack into the kingdom. High Castle and North Warden. These are the points of attacks that he sees. His fortress at Sarsagort is 300 miles to the north, and I doubt he has the resources to defend a line that long. So an attack at North Warden seems unlikely, leaving High Castle, which is a viable alternative, but neither target seems to have an obvious goal. I know you are no field strategist and you hate to become involved in state matters, but I should like you to delay your return to your home at Stardock for a while. I feel ill at ease. You're not alone in that. I too have sensed something unusual in the air, but I won't ascribe it to anything as dire as magic. Or likely we suffer from bad soap. Yeah, must be something like the Bold and the Beautiful, or possibly Neighbors. Feelings aside, I would call up the militia reserves from Malak's Cross, Darkmoor and Lighton and join them to a detachment of the Krondorian Lancers just outside of the Dimwood. James will send word to me there. And what of the garrison? It will remain in place. I have considered the option of a full push south, and it seems unlikely. But I will give Delacan nothing. Our agreement remains. Now we wait. Gods help Korath if he betrays us to the Moritro. As we enter chapter 2, Shadow of the Nighthawks. The majesty of the palace was impressive, drawing appreciative glances of astonishment from all as they wound through room after room of banquet halls, reception areas, and at last a colorfully decorated gymnasium before entering the throne chambers of the Prince of Krondor. This is a great game. It's filled with lore, and the more I play it, the more I like it. It's very atmospheric as well. It tries its best with the graphics really, but they've aged rather badly, but the music is crackingly good. Sort of makes more of an atmosphere than the graphics do. Yeah, this is a great game. Okay, so we can talk, we can enter, or we can go back to the sewer. So we made the switch already. That's Katala. Mine is the greater pleasure, my lady, is Pug about. You've just missed him. He and Makala went off to discuss magic someplace. And if I know my husband, that means I won't see him for a few days. Even on holiday, he can't seem to take his mind away from the art too long. In many ways, he and the prince are very much alike. Where is Arutha anyway? Out with his twins and Princess Anita. It seems your famed luck is running thin today, or your famed luck is running thin today. Quite the contrary, for I still have your company if I may have a moment. As much time as you need, what may I do for you? When do I get to meet this stunning daughter of yours? I've heard quite a bit about Gamina, but I've been too busy to make the time to meet her. I imagine you will see her as soon as I do. She's more than likely trailing Puck and Makala about the palace. Any opportunity to hear her father discuss magic, and she's immediately at this side. Then too, it may be she's hiding away from Arutha's twins. She's not quite interested in boys yet. I know that quite a few of the artificers in Stardock have begun exporting their goods from the academy. Are there any good places to buy magical items near here? The most notable one that is close is a little place called Stardock Annars at the Abbey of Ishabat Sarth. Yeah, I've been there. Officially, they have no ties with the academy, but there's not much we can do to keep them from using the name. There's also a fellow by the name of Dabay who buys from us, but he lives a long distance from here, out north of Romney, if I recall. We're being given hints. The room was clamped. Lucky, James muttered, looking through the senior's personal effects piled in disorganized heaps. You may be a fine swordsman, but your personal organization leaves quite a bit to be desired.
Mission's complete. Wouldn't you think I'm a girl who has everything?
If you ever do drag, you have to sing that song.
Thanks for shouting out Coffee Cup Arcade, the fun streamer. That's a good clip. Someone has taken a good moment and clipped that. That's the magic of these auto clip players. You should go throw him a follow if you don't already. Now, this is our opportunity to copy stuff between them. What does he have? He has a hammer to repair armor with 30 charges. Ours has 6, so we'll stick to his. He has 20 torches. Has a fully charged whetstone. We have quite a few more. Might copy some of ours over. He has a fully repaired crossbow. We won't transfer our crossbow over, but we will copy the sword. And the armor that we have that has already been blessed. And in fact blessed twice. The rations will take, as well as all the various different vials, all sorts of potions. Still have some space. He already has a pair of 8 lockpicks. Won't take them away. How much space do we have left? We have 2 whole spaces. Take this one. Is this just, no, it's 3, okay. Try to take as much with us as humanly possible. We don't really need all of these. We have quite a few of them, but they're expensive if you need to buy them, so I'd rather not. Use a charge of this here. Copy the fully charged one over instead. Also use a charge of this here. Repair the armor before discarding of this item. So you probably won't be back here. And take the fully charged one instead. We have 90% armor, 89% on the weapon. Both of them double blast. And we have 2 nearly full packs of rations. 75 quavers and 8 of the better kind. A rope. Some torches. 3 fully charged whetstones and various bits and pieces of magical items as well. quite a bit of stuff in the back as well. James pulled the crate open. Immediately he was overwhelmed by the stench of the sewers and looked back to Gorath for his advice. "Smells awful down there," he said. "Are you sure you're ready to go in?" Do we really have a choice? They made their way into the reeking blackness. Okay, we did this all wrong. Let's go back up. We can still recover from this mess. Yes, we can. It's the better armor here, the better sword. Now these are the two that are coming with us. And we can take more stuff with us. Let's grab one of these. We'll use this one. Repairs and then leave it. We'll use this one for repairs as well, and then leave it. Take this one, at least this pack of arrows, and this one as well. Couple of these bowstrings. This wand, these extra lockpicks. Might swap the crossbows. This one is in better shape. These can come in handy. Hey there, Will, welcome in. Just about getting prepared to go on with chapter 2 of this story. We found our way into the palace. We've been set a new task. James is to accompany us. We'll try to make our way here.
The game wasn't actually going to register it as hurting. Probably I don't have singing.
You should go through Will of Follow. This was a Friday night. This is Alien Isolation night, and it's fun to watch him play that game, but he usually plays quite a bit of Darkest Dungeon. Am I stalling? What am I stalling? I'm not deliberately trying to stall anything. Why am I stalling? Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I bring as much stuff as I can. There's one fewer people in the party, So we have the stuff for 3 people, but only 2 people to carry it. So try to puzzle together the pieces that we're going to bring and the pieces that we're going to leave behind. I'm fairly happy with that now. So let's go back down into the sewer. A joyous experience for all to go back in the sewer. Such a lovely place. Let's zoom out here and use the map to navigate. Hope we don't fall into a pit, which would be bad. A shadow approached from a murky corner of the room. The figure advanced toward them. Gorath's pose quickened for a moment, but he relaxed slightly as he saw they were not about to be attacked. That's Owen. It took you too long enough. I was beginning to think the Marcus had backed up again. Senior James, is everything alright? Squire, suppose I ignore the fact that this trip is a state secret to which you're not supposed to be privy, and that we are hurrying out of the sewers instead of leaving by the main gate at the proper time. How did you find out we were coming? Well, after Senior Locklear dumped me off after we got here and told me I could go home, I got bored and decided to check out Krondor. Unfortunately, there's nothing much interesting going on here, so I decided I would come back to the palace. I tried to pay Gorath an unexpected visit last night, but discovered that the guards had been doubled with orders that no one could see him. I might have fallen for it if I hadn't heard someone snoring in his cell. Gorath doesn't snore, I take it? No, not a sound. When I realized that something was in the air, I went to find Locklear and discovered that he was mysteriously absent despite a tray of food delivered to his door just moments after I slipped away. Finally, I came down here and talked to Lim, who told me you had been down here earlier this morning. At that point, I realized that Rutha meant to slip Gorath out of Krondor for some reason. Are you sure you're not a thief by profession? You think unnervingly like a mocker I used to know. So are we ready? We should probably get moving. Where are we going anyway? You cannot accompany us, Owen. Our mission is much too important. Quiet, Morito, I'll handle this. But I could jeopardize your mission. Who knows who might take me captive between here and Tyburn. If I go back to Krondor now, I might accidentally talk to someone. Besides, I'm from the eastern part of the kingdom. I know the area and I might be able to help. For better or worse, you seem determined to hitch your fate to catastrophe. But if you want to get yourself killed at a tender young age, who am I to naysay it? I used to pull the same stunts when Rutha wished to pull out of Krondor. Alright then, Squire, you can come along, but these are the ground rules. 1. I'm in charge and you do whatever I say without question. 2. Under no circumstances do you reveal anything about Gorath or our mission to anyone. If someone asks, we will continue what Senior Locklear suggested. Gorath is an elf. Thirdly and lastly, you don't wander off on your own. I don't care if you're watering the trees, you ask me first. Is all that clear? Absolutely, whatever you say. Stop smiling, you're going to earn your keep. I know I'm going to regret this, but let's get moving. We have a long way to go and no time to get there. I like having Owen back. He's a bit of a weakling, but he's the only spellcaster in the group. And I see that his inventory is untouched, which is nice. I was actually getting decently good at the spellcasting. I was sort of sad to see him go. I'm happy that's not the case. we found our way out of the sewer. We were lost so long in the sewer last time, I pretty much know it by heart now. When looked at the narrow stairwell, it was definitely a way up, but he questioned whether it was the right way for them to be going at the moment. They made their way out of the reeking blackness. We're back in Krondor. Let's see. Did we have any spares here to sell? Yes, we did. Doesn't want this, but there are 2 stores here. Let's try to get rid of as much of this stuff as we possibly can. We have an extra crossbow here I want to sell, and the extra sword as well, the extra armor. Let's wait for you to pick some game for me to play on a subscriber Sunday, which means I will do a subscriber Sunday stream. Might not be the next Sunday after, but soonish, and I will play your game for at least 30 minutes, and usually for the whole stream. Whether I like it or not, but if I really hate it, I'm only bound by the 30 minutes. If I like it a little bit, I'll play it for a full stream. It's sort of to prevent me from having to play 3 hours of Sonic the Hedgehog, which would make me question my life choices, really. It's for other people. We have so much junk on us, but do we really need 25 shovels? Probably not. No one wants to buy them anyway. Pick carefully. I might enjoy it though, so be very careful. It was thought of as a distraction because we're basically always playing the same type of games here, so a little bit of randomness is good. I have mentioned it before, but probably before your time on the channel, and there is a section on in the Discord where you can actually do this as well. You don't need to use your channel points if you're a subscriber. You can do you can pick a game every, I think it's 3 months. So you don't even have to waste your points. Something that I probably should not be pointing out to you at this stage. The fair is fair. Darkest dungeon. Yeah. We can do a darkest dungeon. It's only, if it's only for 3 hours though, it's going to be a very short run because I haven't played it before. And I will probably die very quickly, but we'll see where we go with it. But it won't be this Sunday though, but I will try to prepare it for the Sunday after this one. Okay, we're all fully healed. We have a decent amount of rations. We're not doing too badly. Not doing too badly at all. We're decently equipped weapon and armor wise. We have plenty of items are not well off in the space in the inventory department. It might be a very weird stream. I'll try to prep for it at least. I need to. I've seen you play, but that's not the same as playing it myself. So I'll have to get the game and do a little bit of practice before I make a complete ass of myself. Now, what is it we are supposed to do here again? Where were we supposed to go? I assume we're going to be really, really besieged on the way. We will head to Romney, he said. How does one get to Romney? That's Romney. So we need to find our way here, either using this path past Darkmoor or using this path past Sethanon. Doesn't really matter which way we go, but we have to take one of them. It's yeah, I'm fairly sure we're not going to get there without some resistance. That would not be in the nature of this game. I think it's this way, basically. We head north-ish. James swallowed hard. With his heart pounding in his chest, he watched the enemy creep closer. Fighting the urge to turn around and run, he forced himself to remain calm. Now we have a new member of the party, which is sort of annoying. We sort of start from scratch with him. But he seems to be decently equipped. He has quite a few movement points at least. He can basically run to attack any of them. Tackle this guy first. Always good to when you get the element of surprise, you can he has a bow. Try to run away here. Let's get him before he manages to do that. That went relatively well. We did not lose a lot of health. And in a sad state, sort of, in terms of being able to steal some of these items. We have very little in the way of space. This is worth quite a bit. So is this. Might leave the other two. Steal the gold, of course. Share the rations with the party. Might be tempted to leave the armor and steal the bow instead. It takes much less space. The gold will take, and the rations. Can we fit one more bow? Yes, we can. And a sword, perhaps. Yeah. No, we have no space, I think. Might be able to take the quivers. Yeah, can. Tempting now to run back to Krondor. This is what we've been doing for a fair while in this game. It's undoubtedly slowed us down quite a bit, but it's also made us quite a bit of money. It's always a good thing in these games. So we go back to town. Hey there, my conga. I bought a new goldfish and was asked if I wanted an aquarium. I said I didn't care what star sign it is. Yeah. Congrats on your Sagittarius goldfish. Welcome in, by the way. Yeah, we'll go plunder the bodies of the fallen soldiers and go back to town and sell this stuff. Make some little bit of extra cash for us. It's worth it in the end. A crossbow like this is worth 14 sovereigns or 15 sovereigns if it's in very good condition. It's actually quite a bit of money that we can use to buy other weapons or other spells. No, you've often been successful in the past. It was a good joke. Let's go find these guys again. Steal the rest of their stuff and sell it to the highest bidder. Rest here for the night. Yeah, we'll have to make at least 3 trips. kind of need a pack mule at this point in the game. Carry all of our stuff. At least this isn't a long trip. Will only give us pennies really for the arrows, but it's still worth it. The rations will clean up a bit once we eat some. We've split them between the party members, so we have many packs that are taking up an enormous amount of space that will clear up in a bit. And then we'll have more space in the inventory, so we don't have to make quite as many trips. Let's go back and take the rest. I burnt my Hawaiian pizza. I should set aloha heat. Yeah, you should have set aloha heat. Then possibly it would not have burned. This will only inspire Ava to trigger the dad jokes. They laughed when I said I wanted to be a comedian. They're not laughing now. Yeah. Okay. We've stolen all we can steal from these guys. Let's go sell this and continue on our path. That can't possibly be the best joke you've heard in your life. That's just almost a logical incompatibility that it could ever be. Okay. Okay. That's about it. We made 40 sovereigns or so by taking these extra trips. I'd say it's worth it. One of the nice things about the game is that you can pretty easily tell where you've been by the spread of dead bodies all over the place. I wonder what this sidestep is here. Yeah, Ava is very well equipped in the emote department. I like to think I am, but she's way more. She's far more better equipped than I am. It's another of these dumb word puzzle boxes. They feel no pain, no sorrow, no greed. They have no anger, no hatred, no needs. Anyone wanna take a guess at what this could possibly be? It's a 2-letter word. No, it's 2 words. I meant to say a 3-letter word followed by a 4-letter word. I'm tempted to say that this is the. So it's the something that is a 4-letter word. It starts with a D, an R, an O, or a W. You're right, 48k RAM. The chest thumped, satisfied the magical locks had released. James tipped open the lid. Nicely done. More stuff that we need to go back and sell. Ultimately worth it anyway. I will readily admit that I'm not usually good with these word puzzles. I tend to overthink them quite a bit. They're often, because English is not my native language either, they're often riddles that people have heard in childhood that I've obviously never heard. I have no idea what the answer is to. Oh, I have absolutely no shame in accepting hints or solutions to these. You don't technically need to complete any of them, but they do bring some additional gold. Santa Claus as such is not, but that used to be the story of the old story of the Yule lads' father and mother were quite mean people, and the Yule lads were I would say they were pranksters more than they were like Santa Claus is, but that's of course all been reversed. So, we have 13 Santas. The first one arrives on the eve of the 11th of December, and then they arrive in turn until the last one arrives on the 24th, which is generally when we open up our Christmas packages. And then they leave one by one until the last one leaves on the 6th of January, at which point Christmas is over. So, there's a tradition here that the kids place their shoes out in the window on the 11th of December and every night until Christmas, and Santa comes and puts something minor in their shoe, usually a bit of fruit or some candy or a little toy or something. It's a way to, it's called a shoe present, and it's a way to shorten the long wait for Christmas for the kids. That's been a tradition here for a pretty long time, at least 60 years or more. It's going to be a problem at some point because my oldest is now 6 years old, and this might be the last Christmas that he believes in Santa Claus. So once he gets to the point where he doesn't believe in Santa Claus anymore and that he knows it's all a made-up lie, then will have a problem with a 4 and 2-year-old, particularly if he decides to tell them about it. I'm not much looking forward to that. We'll see how that traverses. It's probably not gonna be this Christmas anyway. Let's hope not, at least. Let the kids be kids. What town is this? It's Tanner's. Okay. Let's see if it has a decent shop. Yeah, I'm going to attempt something like that. Yeah, that's pretty much the way we're going to attempt to approach it. My biggest worry is that he'll get into an argument with his brother, and then he'll basically tell him that there's no such thing as Santa Claus, just out of spite to win the argument. That's I think the most likely way that will go down. James pushed open the wooden door. No one has lived here in some time, he said, looking around the empty room. Fine. James rapped on the tavern door. I wonder what he rapped. Ice Baby, probably. He's that kind of guy, it seems. When it was apparent no one was coming to open up, James shrugged. And it would seem that the common folk have taken Prince Luther's law to heart. Was only open from midday to midnight. But I suppose someone had to show the farmers weren't drinking when they should be in the field. Yeah, so that's the tavern. Let's try our hand at partying. Owen played, losing himself in the flow of the music. He occasionally mangled a note or two, but on the whole did justice to This Kingdom Mine, the only tune he knew by heart. That was nice, that Tavern-keeper said with a smile, handing Owen 16 sovereigns in 5 rows. You'll have to play for us again sometime. See, practice makes perfect in this. He spent quite a bit of time with the practice lute. So that's 16 sovereigns, that's not to be laughed at. The question had been innocent enough, while he had meant nothing by asking the woman what she was doing at the tavern. James found he was suddenly at the mercy of a rather pathetic street hawker. I'm trying to sell these, the woman said. She opened up a rucksack and drew out a handful of cracked seashells, handing them over to James to examine. We tried to sell them to a merchant somewhere, James asked. A few places, but I found they won't buy anything they don't already have on their shelves. Why do they just need more of what they already have? I would think they would jump at the chance to stock items they don't have around. James shrugged and handed the shelves back. I'm no merchant, but it might be a matter of knowing what your regular buyers come after. If you never have anyone asking for shelves, it probably doesn't make sense for you to waste your money trying to buy them. The man accepted their company. Owen chatted idly with the rough-looking fellow as James looked on, making certain that in his brilliant mood the magician didn't slip and give away the true purpose of the travels. So where are you headed? The man asked, describing a large ark with his ale cup. Any place interesting? Actually, we're not heading in any specific direction. We're wandering, looking for an employer. A man snickered, or a caravan to steal from, a freebooters. Well, there's not much going on in the kingdom these days, not in the west. Prince has seen to it. His roads are safe, and his vassals happy. Heard this story multiple times. James motioned to the man across the room. Sometimes I come to this place to drink and gab, the man said, but sometimes I come to gab. Well then, perhaps you could tell us, James began. Before he could finish, the man interrupted. Today I just came to drink. The shifty-eyed man motioned them over. Boys, he said, Snake Eyes, Spitzer's the name. You feeling lucky tonight? You're looking lucky. How about a game of dice? The gambler looked up, making a fist. He shook it under James's nose, then smiled wickedly as he opened his palm to reveal a pair of dice. The game is dice, my friend, the gambler said, sitting back down. Winner wins half as much as he bets. How much? The winner wins half as much as he bets. How much gold will you wager? James shook his head. You had quite a good run of luck by the look of you. We alas have not been so fortunate. Perhaps someone else will play with you. Yeah, I think not. He spoke to this guy. It's just the basic rations. We could do with a night's sleep, particularly for James. He took a bit of a beating. It's only 5 sovereigns. Brings us pretty much up to 100% health again. No. Let's get out of the tavern. And then we'll save. Assume that the bard skills, yeah, he's up to 51%. As a bard, that's decently high actually. Owen tried the door. The building appears to be abandoned. They looked locked up after themselves. I think we should take a shot at opening it up. Yeah, sure. Not. Lock was simple. What's this? It's a horn of Alcon cocoon, reinforced at the bell, a mouthpiece with brass collars. Owen struggled to imagine the beast from which this horn had been harvested. While possible as it had come from a mature dragon, no man alive would dare fight such a creature for such trivial a trophy. Puzzling too were the dog shapes carved on the horn. This is probably a very useful item, but we get no real hint as to what it actually does. That's a shop. The shop was listed with cast-offs, forgotten trinkets, lost items which few would want or need to reclaim. It seemed that tarnish and rust were the things that were prized, the items to which they clung of only secondary value. It does still have the usual things here. And perhaps he buys stuff as well. Would you like to buy a shovel? 8 royals. It seems very low. You want to buy this stuff? No. Fine. The house was not in good repair. Dark green moss covered parts of the door and was visible in several large patches on the front slat. James's attention returned to the door as it slowly swung open. A foul, musty smell filled the air as an elderly woman appeared in the doorway. She was dressed in a tattered shawl and wore a different shoe on each gnarled foot. "You're one of them shadow people. I hate them shadow people," she crowed. Her look of contempt suddenly turned to fear that everybody you know could be slipping in my door right now. The thought obviously terrified her, and without warning she disappeared into the house, slamming the door. Yeah. She seems fun. Oh great. We've stumbled into a trap. And this one is quite elaborate. That was obviously not the right way. Okay. It's not the way either. We can't sneak past this. I'm going to reload obviously, but just saved. No, we're fine. All we have to do is steal this horn again. Could open up the shop again. There's no real point to it though. Going to do anything there at least. Have the old lady scream at us again. Then we'll save again. Try to make our way out of this. We can obviously go here, that's fine. Okay. So stepping here seems to touch this pyramid thing. We survived it this time around, but that's not really what we're trying to do. We're trying to get out of it without taking damage. At least with taking as little damage as we can. Let's you have to be very careful that they don't always pick the way that you would think they pick. Obviously can't step here. Where is it that we could go? Can't go here because then we basically walk into this mess here. We can't go here. Can't go here, and then can we? No. Go here. Okay, we can't go here. Interesting. Okay. Aha. We go. Okay. So we can step right into that square. It's interesting. Only one of them needs to make it out of the trap. As soon as one of them is out, the others will basically follow his lead. It's just a matter of finding the right way here. Suppose we go here. Going here actually pushes this forward. But then it fires at us. Okay. So if we go here. Go here again. Here. That's actually very interesting. Don't think we took any damage. And we still get shot at by this thing. Okay. This is a far more complicated one than the ones we've seen before. This is a multi-layer one where supposedly the trap seems to destroy itself. So we go here. And then we go here. We push this one. And again. That destroys that one. Does, however, not destroy the cannon. So if we move up here now, the cannon will definitely get us. How about if we... Yeah, it still gets us if we walk right in front of it. That's not the solution. Can't go behind it. Can't go there. Then we get stopped. Can't go here because then we get stopped. And that was obviously the correct thing to do. Okay. Try this again, of course. This is pretty fun. It's a good distraction from the rest of the game. Let's just stay here with these two for the time being, at least. We move right here. Then we move this one. Straight into the path, which will destroy it. We can't move these posts at all. Can we? I can't go here because I will get I will get shot at when I go there, but okay. That was just we were already in deep trouble, so I decided to just stop at that point. Need to be on this side of the barrier, obviously. Push this object here. This is definitely correct. That allows us to move into this position without taking a hit. We can't. I can't move up here without having this cannon fire at me, obviously. And I'm fairly sure that if I go down one square, it will still fire at me. Yeah, it will. I can go here. This is a safe spot. I can go here. This is also a safe spot. Of course, I can't go here because if I go there, the cannon will fire. Yeah. I'm trying to imagine a way to be able to do this without taking any damage. Maybe that's just not possible. Maybe you need to. Maybe you need to take the fire damage. I can't see how you would be able to do this without taking any damage. So if we go this way and push this object over here, and then push it one forward, which will destroy it. Then I assume we go back, and then you simply take this single hit here. Which does quite a bit of damage to James, but not life-threatening at least. I think this is basically it. I don't think we can do any better. Can we eat this corn? Good night, Eva. Thanks for coming and modding and shouting out people and chatting and just being yourself. You have a good nap and have fun at work as much as that is possible. Potentially see you here tomorrow night for Shelton Saturday. A small house, it turns out, was home to a slight, balding historian named Kellen, who talked of the ancient Valhar and the relatively recent cataclysm near Saturnon as he got them some fresh water for their packs. Folks have interviewed the ones living near Saturnon say they thought the world was coming to an end, like the fabric of heaven was being turned back upon itself, revealing another universe in the skies, and then they all talked about the explosion, fearsome flying beast circling in the sky. His voice trailed off. I think it may have something to do with the Dragon Lords who once roamed freely on this world. One day I'm going to figure it all out. James laughed. I'm sure you will, Kellen, someday, and when you do, I'd like to read that book. In the meantime, thank you for the water. Goodbye. Yeah. No, it didn't say he was a fine dressed man. They said he was balding. That's ugly. Another town or a small village, really. Why is this popping up still? Go away. James pushed open the wooden door. No one has lived here in quite some time. No. Abandoned town, it seems. Our favorite, a cemetery. Do like a good cemetery. Basha Amberton lost his wife and took his life. Shall we dig up this grave? Yeah. Just a body. Parker Biddle dug his own grave. How appropriate. We find 25 shovels. Don't really need any more. Although, what we might do, save some space, is to take these. Leave these instead. Unknown, a lovely lass found beside the road. Does improve his end justified the means? Some lockpicks are relatively useless. Uncle Trent wanted to be a prince. Olive Amberton, rest easy, my darling. Slim pickings here. Myrtle Kane outlived her kids. It is the undead. How lovely. Real piece of work, this one. We'll try this again, without a doubt. Might be worth it. This is not the right approach, at least. Oh, it's not worth it. There's nothing to be gained from this. It's just experience. There's no item, no scroll, nothing of real value to us. We'll leave it. Try to be careful not to take this up. Save as we go along. Although we might actually be able to tackle this without taking quite this much damage. Yeah, good night, Gleeser. Thanks for coming in. It's very late for you. It's like 2 a.m. You sleep well. And, potentially see you here tomorrow for Shelton Saturday. Nothing here, as we pretty much already found out. And there was this one. Yeah, that's the one. Want to get Owen as far away as possible. We can cast some magic. that spell she's casting is nasty, but going to casting a decently powerful flame cast at this person here. Yeah, she took a ton of damage. Hoping that might potentially be enough here. Can't do quite as powerful a flame cast again, but we can do another one. This is definitely a better way to approach this. So we'll gain quite a bit of experience by doing this, but possibly at a bit of a cost to ourselves. Still doing okay. There's our prize. We've done this grave. This one as well. And this one. And this one. Yeah, that's the lockpicks. Might as well take them. Okay. Dug everything up. Here's the store. No, this is not the store. Try once more. Oh, it's locked and we can't open it. Yeah, I think I don't know whether there are basically two accounts that they've stolen the names of. This Hoss0312 person is a real streamer. I have no idea whether it's a part of some ploy to actually get him banned as well. But there's also another person whose name they've stolen and are using in this sort of attack. It's really sad. I don't know what a possible purpose this could all serve. It's just spreading hate for no apparent reason. I wouldn't say there was a lot of gain to be had in doing this, but a little bit. We made some progress going in the wrong direction though, which is not the right thing to do. Let's continue traveling this way. This is the right direction, right? Did we take the wrong turn here? Probably did. Didn't necessarily want to go here. Want to go in this direction towards Romney. Instead, we went upwards towards Eckley. Now we're back at the intersection here. Yeah, we're headed into a trap here, for sure. Let's see. I'm gonna have to travel this direction anyway. Let's blind the bowman. And then we can blind this guy, the tougher of the two. Then we can blind this guy. Not quite blind, is he, anymore? He will be now, though. This is actually a decently useful spell, although it doesn't last very long. A relatively easy battle for us. We took very little damage. Owen took a little bit, but it's mostly just from casting the magic. So drains him as well. It drains his health to cast the magic. Pair our weapons and save the game. That's a Sarik's Bane. A yellow-colored ointment of Sarik's Bane was stored in an odd-looking container. Simple cork cap suspended from the mouth of a glass tube. A large bulb made from stitched sheep gut. Commonly, it was applied to armor to counteract the effects of enchanted blades. Few of these. A sword. Out of room here. Wasn't there a town just here somewhere? No, that's right, that was the cornfield. Where was the nearest town? Ackley is right up there. Was there a shop in this town? No. There's no shop in this town. There was a shop down there. Which is down here, right? I think it is. Yeah, the shop here, yeah, that's right. Can't. It was locked up. This is the this is the ugly town. That is basically inaccessible to us. So this is the split. This is the fork in the road here. So sleep a little bit. Yeah. So this is where we came from. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Wondering at least if we can. No, this is one of those shops where he doesn't really buy anything. It's fine. That means we'll have to, if we want to sell some of this stuff, we'll have to hike all the way down to Krondor. So it's actually quite the hike. Yeah, I know you need rest. Rest when you're old. Okay. I guess we need to rest at least a little bit here. Also running out of food. I might not do all of these trips back with the items pilfered from the bodies. This just takes such a long time. Might leave them until we find a shop that is at least a little bit closer than this is. Should also at some point look for a shop that is able to sell us some food, which might actually be here. Might be able to. Wasn't this the Tanner's town? No rations. No rations here either, really. I guess we move on. Take the right turn this time around. Settle on to the east. Yeah, that's where we're going. Yeah, pretty much there. Let's hope we can find some rations there. Someone was obviously here. How lovely. Standing into the barn, Gora thought he could make out the forms of a cow and several small sheep. He also thought he heard chickens, though he wasn't exactly sure where the sound was coming from. In any event, the chickens made him think of fresh eggs, and the cow fresh milk. His mouth began to water. Perhaps whoever owns the house over there could give us something to eat. Yeah. The owner of a small house, a farmer who called himself Cowboy, and invited them inside. They talked for several minutes about a variety of topics, while Covey's wife read something they could take with them when they left. "We get you strapping like something to eat?" she asked. "Yes." With a smile, the farmer motioned to his wife. He moved next to her and helped prepare the rations. When they were through, they handed several packages to James, who accepted them graciously. "You've been too kind," he said. That was nice of them. At least we won't starve. A pebble tumbled down the cliff face. Puzzled by the seemingly random event, Gorath glanced upwards, then back down at the ground. On closer examination, realized the pebble was in fact a very dull brass button. Before he could cry out, ambushes fell from above. It's the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and they brought friends. Let's try to blind the turtles, see if that helps. Hey there, Oram, welcome in. One down. Quite a few to go, actually. Okay, let's go after this bowman. I can't cast the flame cast at this point, so I'll probably hit James while doing so, which would be dumb. You pretty much have no space, but we can of course steal the gold. And we can at least use this hammer with 5 charges to repair the armor that we already have. Leave this on the body, and I don't think we have much in the way of space. Guess we could take this. Definitely don't have space for the armor. What's this? Got puzzled over the heavily lacquered wooden key. I could be wrong, but I believe this is a gilded thorn, he said. As I understand it, the dwarves were amused that the Sorani traders used wood instead of metal to manufacture the goods. And the dwarven name for the Sorani keys stuck. So this is a key. We'll take it. For this sword as well. So there are third body here somewhere. Or 3 of these guys. There's the third body. Yeah. Let's take the better condition one with us. I don't think we can actually or I don't know, we might be able to combine these two. No, we can't. Sort of annoying that you can't do that, but yeah, it actually did combine them. Let's fill up the arrow supply. Yeah, that's about it. I'll do for now. Now we're completely stuffed with items. Where we are approaching a town where I hope we can sell some of this stuff. If we can, we might go back and take the rest of the armor and so on. Owen isn't actually doing too hot. Give him a slight. Let's give him a slight dose of the healing potion. Found some shells in that hollowed out tree stump. What fork is this? Yeah, this is probably the road to Sethanaon. Yeah, headed for trouble. Is that another? Is that another undead warrior? Probably is. we did well, but at the cost of health to Owen, obviously. So we'll have to expand some rations. Now there are 2 of these guys. So need to be a little bit more sparing with these now. We shot ourselves. Happened well, let's say. I think we shot ourselves again, actually. Of course, then we missed. Going to end up dead here. Yeah. That did not go well at all. Yeah, that did not go well for us. Basically near death. We would need an inn if we were to recover from this. Okay, we're not meant to go this way. There's absolutely no way we can withstand this. Well, that pretty much answers the question. So going up there is not an option. Yeah, we saved here. We could take down this guy. That's not too difficult. I guess we could use the experience. We'll take a hit or two, but it won't be too bad. We'll take that and take the experience that comes with it. We won't go further here. Accuracy potion here. Pilfer it. Is this our shop? Near shop, closed for now. Okay. Answers that question. Here's a tavern at least. Shall we part? And we earned 27 sovereigns for parting, so we'll take that. The gambler shook his head. I'm afraid I've gone to the end of my funds, he said. Perhaps when I've recouped my losses we can play again. Okay. Who's the lass? The woman made her way across the wooden floor until she was standing before them. Hello there, may I buy? I can't open up the shop. I don't care how much you have to offer or who you are. I can't go in there again. I was offering miss to buy you a drink. Oh, sorry, I was thinking you were stopping in to buy something from my goods store across the road. It's my father's death. I've had to run off these two places, the tavern here and the goods store across the way. You know, I've had folks in here for a week. I lost count, all offering money for a sword made by a hermit up north. Fool that I am, I sent the word out, but that was before things started happening in my store. I've since closed up things for a bit. Closed your store? Why? What sort of things were going on in there? You think I'm foolish? I think I'm foolish. Tell me and I'll listen. If I laugh once, even once, you may upend a cask of ale over my head. You'll pay for the cask if I do. All right then, I'll tell you. In the past few weeks, I've seen a man prowling about in my shop. That's easy enough. Between companions and myself, we can get rid of your prowler by dinner time tomorrow. Can you now? You run through ghosts as easy as that. Holy as poltergeist in your spare time. Ghosts? This prowler of yours is a ghost. Told you that you wouldn't believe me. I'll put it to you though. If you can find a way to put the ghost in my shop to rest, then I'll reopen my shop and give you the Gollum grief maker that I bought from the hermit. Simple as that. That offer is nearly as attractive as the woman delivering it. Thank you, fair lady. Okay, so if we go and finish off all of these ghosts, then we can have the sword. It's a tough task though, so they are plenty tough. The company was welcomed reluctantly in a general foul mood. The man had a list of complaints about things in the kingdom. Oh, he seemed most interested in venting his complaints about a shopkeeper he had recently visited. He tried to settle me with one of those morhitral blades, the man said, taking a sip from his ale cup. You know, a lamprey. What's wrong with using a lamprey? James asked. Too long, the man said. You take a morhitral or an elf like your friend here. It's the perfect length and balance for the reach. But for a human or so, I need them hard to control a thing. Same thing's true of a grief maker or any other elven blade, such as James pressed. Immediately he sensed that his drinking companion was growing suspicious, and he quickly amended the question. Forgive me, but I've only recently purchased a shop of my own, and I don't know much about weapons. I want to make certain that I buy weapons my customers can use, not just pretty trinkets. Understandable. Putting down his cup, the man ticked off names on his finger as he recalled the other makes. Hey there, Amiga Turtle Gamer. Happy host day to you as well. First off, I know a great sword is of elven manufacture, and I think a few goblin sticklers Stickers are also made by the fair folk, though I couldn't be certain of it. Humans also seem to have a little difficulty using elven crossbows and armor for similar reasons. That's another thing you might want to keep in mind before you stock. Yeah, our parting ability, no doubt. They have rations, that's great. Sell me some. At least we have some. We have some rations. That's nice. We need to come back here when we're a little bit stronger and can kill off all of these ghosts. We're nowhere close to being able to do that right now. Wasted some rations, but we needed the rest. Where does this path lead? The door was unlocked. James entered a small house and looked around, judging by the simplicity of the things which decorated the interior. He guessed the house belonged to Max Feber. This is odd, he said, noticing a few items which seemed a bit more expensive than a farmer might be expected to own. Alerted by the incongruity, something told him to investigate the farmer's belongings further. It's a burial cloth. Turning over the coarsely woven cloth in his hands, he examined the blotches of yellow mold that seemed remarkably like a human face. It was probably the linen had been a burial shroud, the face imprinted upon it as the unknown man's flesh had dissolved into moldering corruption. How is that useful to us, really? And then lots and lots of shovels. We don't much need the shovels, but I'm fairly certain that we need this cloth, for which we have absolutely no space whatsoever. We'll leave a bag here with a single pair of rations in it, and we'll come back for it. What's in the barn? Glazer's Guild seal. Stamp was simple, the kind generally used by nobles or priests. And had a handle made of ivory from which depended several silk streamers. The seal itself was of 3 pots, stacked one atop another. The symbol associated with the powerful Glazer's Guild of Romney. What are we to do with this? James spotted a man in a field, bent over. He appeared to be a farmer of some stripe, though his work seemed to become more industrious as they drew closer. Undoubtedly had seen them as well. Do you happen to know who lives in that house nearby? I should. I lived half my life in it. Name's Max Feber. Are you certain? Are you funny in the head, lad? Cause I'm sure. How could I not be? Do you often make it a habit to go digging in graveyards? What do you mean? I mean, the three of us found a burial cloth and we think you have something to do with all this evil that is going on around here. You've been desecrating graves, haven't you? You broke into my house. I'll tell the constable for this. If you were still living in town, I might feel threatened, but I rather imagine you've already managed to scare him off. Now talk, or I'm going to have a cozy little chat with a friend of mine named Nivek. Prince Arutha's tax collector, nice fellow. I think the two of you will get along marvelously. One grave only I dug up. I don't remember the fellow's name now, but he used to own the Six Toe Tavern before Nia took over the shop. I thought that maybe I could scare her into moving out and selling it to me, but she's too darn stubborn. What did you do with the corpse? No quotes about him. He was down to his skeleton. I tried to rebury him, but I never found one of his hands. It's bound to be near the graveyard. I think I may have dropped it when I was near old Herschel's house. What else? That's it. That's all I know on is dug him up and then I reburied him. Need to find that hand and then bury it. No thanks to you. Goodbye, sir, and I would advise you that you stay away from the Six Toe Tavern from now on. I doubt you'll be warmly greeted. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, where's this cemetery? Is the cemetery onwards or do we go back? That's an expensive item. We'll have to go back and fetch it. We really need that shop to be open at this point. So we can sell some stuff. We need to find this damn cemetery. Okay, we haven't solved enough of this puzzle. We need to find that cemetery, I guess. And we know for a fact that if we proceed from this point, we're in deep trouble. There's the box. There's also something over here as well. James never had a chance to knock. Without a warning, a quick game pirate charges them from the other side of the small house. Prepare to kill or be killed. No, there's 4 of them. How lovely. Go after the the crossbow guy, and then one of these guys. Wait, there's a bit in this battle. It's going to be a tough one. There are many of them. Only a few of us. Does help if you can't see, for sure. This coward is trying to run away. Let's see if we can take him down. We also have this guy to go. Yeah. Down they go at least. We have no way of robbing these guys at the moment, at least. So we have absolutely no space in our backpacks. So where is this cemetery? Straight for trouble again. This is a much more difficult battle than the previous one. It turned out better than it probably should have for us, really. And we're laying down bodies all over the place without having any place to stash the treasures that come with fighting, getting the experience, but we're not really able to take advantage of pillaging. I was hoping we would find some sort of town here. Yeah, there's a tax here. That's fine, we'll pay the tax, but I suppose we need to solve this puzzle here first. Little hole, and one that isn't a grave. Where did he bury this? Where's this cemetery and where's the bone? There's the cemetery. There's the cemetery, and guess we now have to locate the hand. Perhaps talk to it. Talk to the hand. That's Jared. Yeah, someone's taking his hand. Unlabeled and unadorned, James still recognized a large ceramic container for what it held. Naphtha applied to a sword blade in small amounts and set a place. It would exacerbate the pain of any cut made with the blade. Although the oil would quickly burn off a sword once applied. So many of these items. So little actual space in our inventory. Question is, where did this grave robber leave his hand? What a moron. how to find this little hand. I wonder where he left this thing. Assuming he dropped the hand somewhere on his way from grave robbing and until he made it here. So it's here somewhere, but where is it? To rest, can't see anything. I'm trying to notice anything suspicious here. That's the grave itself. We at least know where that is, but no closer to finding the hand. The grave robber didn't really give us any clues. And now we find ourselves in one of these pretty difficult fights with these undead guys. This is not going well at all. I made a silly mistake, and it's costing us very dearly here right now. I'm never going to get out of this alive. We might have made it through, but not with the dumb mistake I made. They'll kill us shortly enough. It's fairly easy to take one of these guys. You can sort of take two, but much more than that is pretty difficult. How far were we along when I saved last? Yeah, we were here. That's before we searched the cemetery. Is that why this is so difficult? Is it because we need to solve this to get to the bottom of this riddle? Might be. Just a little bit more. One more. Pretty much the max we can rest without. Yeah. There is definitely evil. Yeah, this is the big battle with these guys. There are 4 of them here. This is near impossible to do. At least this is very difficult. Missing is bad. This is most definitely a good game, but I'm a little stumped here as to what is the correct procedure. There is no way we can survive this fight, at least. Well, these guys chop us to pieces here. They have magic and they take us down fairly easily. Even if we get very lucky and in every round, there's pretty much no chance we survive this at our current level, at least. So it's possible that we're not supposed to go here at this exact point, but then where is this hand? Are we simply just walking past it? Sort of want to solve this puzzle before we move on. Or this quest, rather. I want the reward, I want that sword she's offering, and because I'm fairly sure we're gonna need that, and I also very much damn it. There's only 2 of them now, though. Might survive this one. Do need to get lucky. That's 30 down, it's quite a bit. Their accuracy is pretty bad though. So use the opportunity while he's pretty far away and try to finish him off with the flank cast. At least get pretty close to doing so. I think he'd be dead by now, but he's not. Finally, this guy is dead. One down, one to go. Wondering if we can keep this guy at bay by using this spell. Probably not. That was a lot of damage. Just have such a high armor class, these guys. Yeah, eventually we got them over and done with. We took quite a bit of a beating. So we've now finished off at least 3 of these, but certainly not all of them. There are definitely more. Should we continue trying to defeat these? There are now 4 of them. That's pretty much, as mentioned before, out of the question. The thing is that not only are we taking a ton of damage, but the bigger problem really is that our accuracy is way down when we're hurt like this, so our chances of actually hitting them are pretty much 0. And since we're sapping our health by casting the spells, we won't survive. Doesn't help when he shoots the spell into space. No, we're pretty much dead at this point. Two we can technically do if we are a little bit smart about it. There is absolutely no way we can take all 4 of them. So what do we do? Do we back off? Or do we see if we get lucky and Draw only 2 of them again. No. This battle is always a battle of 4. Which I think we have absolutely no chance of beating. Yeah, I don't think we have to attempt this again. I already know the conclusion to this battle, that's for sure. Hey there, Ash. Welcome in. How are you? It was fun to see the episode of Frogger last night. Yeah, it was decently good. I had a relatively relaxed day after lunch. I was able to work wasn't terribly busy after lunch, so I was able to take it easy for a while. And I picked up the kids and we drove around for a bit and listened to a play, and I got them to bed and decided to do a little streaming of this pretty great game, which has been pretty fun. It's going through a bit of a rough patch here right now. We can't seem to solve this little puzzle as an unscrupulous farmer that has been going around here digging up graves, and it appears that while doing so, he disturbed the old owner of the shop in town, and he lost his arm. His arm is somewhere around here. We need to find his arm and bury it. Yeah, the graphics in this game are a weird mix of 2D and 3D, and it's all well drawn. Yeah, apparently. How can you lose an arm? A good question, really. We found the grave. It's somewhere here, I think. Wait, Owen said, pointing down into the hole. Look, somebody's taking his hand. Yeah, why would a grave robber steal a body part? Yeah, that's the spirit. Lend a hand, they said. Sort of need a hand at this point. Not just any hand though, I need this particular hand. Which is really the problem. And I sort of have a feeling that we're surrounded by these zombie ghosts, so we can't really go looking just anywhere. And, we have killed a few of them. quite a few still remain. Sneaking around here. Yeah, this is basically what we're trying to avoid, because there is just no way we can survive an encounter with 4 of these guys. 2 we can sort of take on, but 4 is absolutely out of the question. We're just going to end up very much dead here. They have magic, and it will just take us down slowly. Yeah, the battle is interesting. It's turn-based, and there are many things you can do. You can either, if you're in a melee combat like this and you're equipped with some sort of sword, you can either thrust, which gives less damage but has a greater degree of accuracy, or you can swing, which delivers a lot more damage but is very much less accurate. And the thing with this game is that the more hurt you are and the less health you have, the less chance you have of hitting the enemy, which is I guess is very realistic, but it also means that when you find yourself in a battle like this, you're pretty much dead. At this point he has like 10 health, so his chance of hitting the enemy and delivering 13 damage is 18%, which is very low, and the chances he'll be dead before that happens is pretty high. Another thing that severely limits us in battle is that we only have 1 spellcaster, and you can't cast spells when you're in hand-to-hand. You need to be in range, so there can't be an enemy next to you, or you can't cast the spells. And when you do cast the spells, they sap your energy and stamina as well, so they sap your health. So there's a limit as to, yeah, the battle system is pretty tough, and you slowly find your way around it, and you make up strategies, but in this particular case we are just way overmatched. So there is no way we can beat these 4 guys. It's it took me a while to get used to this system. It's not something that I've used before. Do get used to it though, and you get better at doing so, and you get better at avoiding the damage and keeping full health. So you eventually do gain some skill in doing this. This system is also pretty interesting. You can see the time of day here, and you can basically click on the hours to rest. And one thing is that you can't fully heal by resting. You can heal 80% or so. You can see that it's a bit left of all of them. They have this one has like 90 of 112. This one has 109 out of 137. It's pretty much 80%. If you want to heal more than that, you need to either go to a temple, or you need to check into an inn, which requires you to be somewhere near a town or a temple. And you also need to pay for it, so you need gold. So when you're out and about like we are right now, trying to solve something, it's hard to gain 100% health. Now this is the farmer's place. All he has here is this shovel. We can't find this blasted hand to return it to the grave. And it might be somewhere in a hole like this. This is just some sort of stash that we already emptied. There are dead bodies all over the place. Soldiers that we've killed. 3 ninjas here. And as it is, our inventory is completely full, so we can't can't even rob them, which is sort of shitty. Well, I was hoping we would find this hand so we can have the shop opened up so we can sell some of this stuff. That does not appear to be quite as easy as one would think it would be. Guess we need some rations. We're pretty much out. Do need something to eat. Now this is the owner of the shop. We sort of promised her we would take care of this problem. And I would, if I could find it. That's the shop, it's closed. The thing with this 3D view is that this hand could be here anywhere and it would actually be very hard to spot. You would guess that it would be somewhere pretty close to the cemetery or even in another grave. But we've dug up all the graves. Haven't found anything. I can't see it anywhere here. Leighton Dink, no longer can he hate his name. No. There is a chance that we actually do have to defeat this zombie army outside of town to actually be able to do this. In which case, we're not going to be able to complete this part right now. Because we are simply not strong enough to do so. Now this bag I actually left behind, it's a single ration that I didn't have space to keep. Someone has set up camp here. Probably one of the warriors that we took down here on the road. It's the road tax. I wonder if we have to pay that every time. That would... Yeah, this is a long game. It has a lot of lore. It's actually written by a fantasy novelist. And this is just chapter 2 out of 9. So it has it's a very long game. There are many story breaks and there's a lot of storytelling involved. And it's actually regarded as one of the greater role-playing games ever made, and for a good reason. It is a great game, but has a bit of a learning curve. Gordon was about to knock on the front door when he heard a strange roaring sound coming from inside the house. It lasted for several seconds, stopped, then it began again. What in the name of Ishab? Gordon stood with his ear cocked to the door. Suddenly realization dawned, and with a smile he turned to leave. Owen gave him a puzzled look. We're leaving. It sounds like a wild beast in there. Perhaps we should see if there's anyone in need of our assistance. I'm afraid even if you were a master magician like Puck, you can cure a snore like that. Come on, let's allow him to sleep. Fine. Drawing some water from the small well, they drank greedily, then stopping only long enough to fill their pouches, they packed up and prepared to leave. Fine. James looked around the small barn. Judging by the variety of livestock, he guessed that it was a community property, perhaps owned by the citizens of Lighton. He poked around for a few minutes and said, "Nothing of much interest here, let's move on." James knocked, and almost immediately there was the sound of frantic movement inside the house, then silence. He knocked again, nothing. Hello? Silence. Is anybody there? We're weary travelers and seek only a moment of your time and perhaps a drink of water. James waited patiently for a moment and said sternly, "Look, we know you're in there. We heard you moving about." Finally, with the door still closed, the man replied weakly, "We know who you really are. We will have the rest of the taxes as soon as we get the money." No amount of arguing or explaining could convince the man of the truth. The door remained closed. He thinks we're the tax man, which we're not, but fine. The door opened with a creak. "Good day," said a lady of about 25. "What brings you, kind gentlemen, to Lighton?" James glanced at Quoth and replied matter-of-factly, "Just passing through. Could we trouble you for something to drink, perhaps? We'll find a well beside the road near the center of town." Realizing that she was probably a bit leery about talking to strange men, James thanked her for the information and said goodbye. Is this a shop? No. Not a free gold. Take that. Nice little tavern. It's a bard a bit, see if you can earn a little. Guess we weren't good enough to bard here. It increases his ability to bard anyway, so 28 sovereigns and 7 royals we got for parting this time around. We'll take that. Man scowled, apparently far more intent on something going on across the common room. He seemed uninterested in James's repeated attempts to chat. At last he glanced up and gave an expedited sigh. "What exactly do you want?" "Just a little friendly talk," James said with a companionable smile. "News, gossip, a song perhaps?" "I'll go and find a plucky youngler, then I'll leave me be. I've got better things to do than entertain every jackaboo that comes through the door." Talkative little guy. James asked for company, smiling at them. The man eagerly accepted the offer of fellowship and told a number of tales about his works for Lord Lighton. Unsure what in the man's manner inspired his trust, James responded likewise by telling him a few of the details of the trip to Romney, though omitting the specific about Gora's part in things. "I don't envy you that," the man said, waving his hands. "I'd not be heading anywhere near the river, not for no amount of silver." "Hey there, Texas Foospuller, welcome in. Hope you're doing well." "Why is that?" James asked. "Awful troubles there. The Guild of Romney and the River Pulse Guild are as good as at war, if you ask me. Some bloke down Silton ways trying to stir up things. I've heard he's even got a few sneaks who are posing as members of other guilds, even carrying forged guild seals." "Ah, yes. That's the seals that we found in the barn where Max Fever was, that greedy bastard out west of here." But the man excused himself to go answer nature's call. James pondered for a moment the things he had learned. While it seemed wildly improbable that the events that were going on around there were somehow connected, he had seen the plots of Mormantimus previous to the last uprising. And those circumstances had left him jaded. It made him none the more comfortable that he was now escorting a former ally of that mortal monster. Yeah. Remember laughing? That sounds like quite a funny story, James said. Would you care to repeat it? The man looked about nervously. No, please, said James with as warm a smile as he could muster. Understanding why the man might be nervous. Well, okay, I was just telling the fellows about old Glover. Paid 300 sovereigns for a dead man's hand. Thought it was a glory hand or something like that. Figured he could sell it for big money, I guess. Interesting. James thanked the man for his information and his time. Okay, so someone has the hand. Guess we need to buy some hands. The man accepted their company. Owen chatted idly with a rough-looking fellow as Goroth looked on, making certain that in his ebullient mood the magician didn't slip and give away the true purpose of their travels. Yeah, this is the standard little chat. Guess we should sign into the inn. Very expensive. A night stay here. I guess we need another one. Fully healed. Now we need to find this man that has the hand. The man at the door flew into a rage. You, he shouted, pointing at James. That hand you sold me was totally worthless. It wasn't a glory hand at all. James took a step back. I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. I really have no idea what you're talking about, but did you say something about a hand? We'll buy it back. I tossed that worthless thing into that right-up well at Leeton, 150 sovereigns. That's how much I paid for it. You're telling me you'll give me my money back if I retrieve it for you? Yeah. James nodded. The man looked at them suspiciously, threatened to have them strung up if he were around when he returned and left. Several hours later, he returned with a small burlap bag. Placing it on the table with a thunk, he turned to James. Here's your hand, now give me back my gold. I didn't take your gold, so let's call this a sale, shall we? Said James. Call it whatever you like. Where's my bloody money? The man bellowed. James retrieved the money from his pouch and dropped it on the table. The man scooped it up greedily and demanded they stay until he had a chance to count it all. James scowled. As much as I would like to keep what we found, we can barely manage with what we already have, he said. Check your rucksacks. See if you can't make enough room so we can keep our new acquisition with us. Yeah. Now we need to make space in our absolutely stuffed inventory for this stuff. We have way too much stuff, must be said. So do a little polish and repair here. So we're at it. Let's leave this behind. Take the hand instead. And of course now we need to go back and probably pay that silly road tax again. Don't think there's any avoiding that. Wrong button. It's funny how there's a change of guard in this stream a lot. There's the once the Europeans have gone to bed, the Americans start showing up. So there is almost like a changing of the guard in the early and later section of the same stream. Guess that will change a little bit once we move to winter time. Because my time zone stays the same, and the Europe moves an hour closer, while the US moves an hour away. I guess we go back here. Guess we go back here and we bury this hand. I do like hot dogs. I think I understood the directions correctly, that we the tip of Gor's shovel made a wooden clunk. Using his hands to push away the soft, unpacked earth, he wiped perspiration from his forehead with the back of his sleeve and stepped out of the hole he had just created. He motioned for someone to bring him the hand as he carefully pried opened the pine lid of the decaying box. And without looking inside, he dropped the hand and quickly closed the lid, part of it crumbling in his fingers. Rest in peace now, Jared, whispered Owen. Come on, let's fill in the grave and get out of here. I'll second that. Now we've laid the man to rest. Let's go talk to the shop owner. I don't know how you've done it, but bless you, I've not heard a knock or a bump coming from my shop for hours, first time in weeks. After I do a little dusting, I should be able to reopen it for business, and seeing that you've held up your end of the bargain, I'll hold up mine. As requested, you can have the gallon grief maker I told you about. Thank you again, and please come by the shop across the street anytime. I promise I'll give you the best bargains you'll find. Thank you, fine lady, it was a pleasure to serve you. I'll say. James scowled. As much as I'd like to keep what we found, we can barely manage with what we already have. Yeah. What else is new? Absolutely. Our inventory is absolutely smack full. What sort of weapon is this? It's the gallon grief maker, condition 100%. Holding up the double-edged basket-hilted sword for inspection, Gorath favored it with a nod. The numerous sharp teeth that bristled along the edge of the weapon guaranteed a deep cut if the blade was swung properly. Base damage is 29 plus strength. Swing is 42 plus strength. Accuracy is 15 plus the skill. So that's actually a very, very good weapon. This one, even though it's been blessed twice, is nowhere near the skill level. So we'll replace it. And go visit the shop, which we needed. James waited by the door. Less than a minute later, Nia hurried over from the sixth toe with a large set of keys jangling on a brass ring in her hand. I'll have that door open for you in a jiffy, she said as she began to search for the proper key. Here we go. She inserted the key into the lock, jiggled it a few times until it clicked and pushed open the door. I'm mostly interested in whether we can sell stuff. Yeah, we can. Great. Can get rid of some of this stuff. Free up space in our inventory. Do you want to buy some shovels, fine lady? Yeah, you do actually. Let's get rid of them. Now let's go ahead and pillage the guys that we've robbed and killed recently. Or rather just killed. Let's go rob the guys we've killed recently. Pick up this sword that we left. Sell that as well. How much does he want to give us for this? Yeah, that's a fair price. We'll sell it. Basically recuperated the entire cost that we paid. Were there some guys that we slaughtered on the way here that we hadn't pillaged yet? I forget. Perhaps not. No, perhaps not. We could always go back. Start with the ones that are fairly close to us here. That is, if they haven't disappeared, which they might have. It's been a while since we took them down. These guys are still here at least. This is a good piece of armor. It really is. And it's in much better nick than our current one. It's tempting to we'll definitely at least take it with us. The sword as well. It's a good sword. An expensive one. It's probably about it. Yeah. These Hoss bot followers are really annoying. They just keep on coming endlessly. Let's sell this stuff. $63 sovereigns for this sword. 5 for the absolutely basic one. This should fetch decently well. 33 for the elven armor. Tempted to try to finish these small ration packs because they actually take up a lot of space in the inventory, and I don't see that they're ever combined. So you have a pack with 3, which makes absolutely no sense, and a pack with 1 next to it. there's these guys. So they're all here still. We've already emptied this guy. Quite a bit here as well. Another set of elven armor. Another blade. Quite a bit of gold, a few quarrels. Fill our quarrel supply. Crossbow. Don't think we have any more room at this point. Oh, have to go back and sell. I have to make quite a few trips here. One pretty cool thing that eases the navigation in this game is that you can actually travel while the map is engaged. If you haven't been watching these streams, you might not have seen this before, but I tend to do this when we're traveling through an area that we've traveled through many times before, because it's a lot quicker than just walking down the road. Do you want to buy some of these arrows? Yeah. Sell some of them. Sell this sword. This pack of arrows as well. There's single shovel. There were some more shovels in that shed where the farmer lived. Curious if I... No, it's probably 6 is probably the max. Sort of need some sort of bag to store some of this stuff in. Would greatly help, actually. There was the 25 shovels that we left behind. Might as well take them now. And there's the rest of the stuff. At least one more trip. Okay. Transfer this package over here. Try to get rid of all these small half-empty packs of rations. Free up a little bit more space. This doesn't take all that long though. I suppose you could skip this part, but if you want to maximize what you're getting in terms of gold, this is pretty much the only way to approach this. These might seem like small sums, but they've already added up to like 150 gold, which is a lot of money in this game. go back and get the rest. And we have the 3 ninjas, or 3 or 4 ninjas that we knocked down. We also have to collect all of the stuff we took from them. Bring that back. It's here, right? Yeah. Great. Owen is poisoned. Something in the food rations poisoned him. Keep an eye on him. Definitely can't take this. Don't have the space. Might be able to take this though. Definitely able to take this. The gold we can definitely take. Leave the rest. Come back again. Might need to take another herbal pack once we get to town to keep the healing going, so it doesn't stay poisoned. He's at 26% now. Might actually be enough. Four. Yeah, it's fine. He's only 40% poisoned, but he's still 14% poisoned. Let's take another of these. I think his healing up to 100%. Will not be too well off. Once this wears off, we'll probably have to rest him quite a bit and buy some extra rations. That's fine. There are our ninja friends. Let's pilfer them. Totally out of space at this point. Right. Yeah, we are. At least one more of these runs. Probably two. And then we'll give some thought to ending the stream. It's 2 a.m. here. We're killing Owen. He's not poisoned anymore, but he's basically dead. Been in this situation before, but there's no temple anywhere close to us. What we really need to do is we need to settle into an inn once we've done with this. Don't really need all of these. I think I'll stick to just keeping around 2 packets of arrows. I think that's actually more than enough. Make our way down there once again. We're going in the wrong direction now. Here we are. That's basically it, right? We passed the 1,000 mark in terms of gold. I think that's actually the first time that happens in the game. Now, what we can do here is we can take one of these. And that will putting you at 100% healing, which will help him a little bit. This is the last trip, at least. Hey there, DJ Psycho. Thanks for the 100 bits. Sorry, I had my alerts turned off. There's been a lot of bot activity tonight. I had something like 15 of these very annoying hotspots follow me, and I eventually just turned them off. But thanks for the bits, they're very much appreciated. Say hi to Chunk and Kelly back. Make sure to feed the Chunk. I'm just about to wrap up here. Selling various trinkets. Cleaning up the inventory and attempting to cure our ailments, various ailments here. Guess we need to check into the inn. Let's buy some rations. We do need to eat. I guess we do need to go all the way down to, what was that town's name again? It's called Lighton. We need to go all the way down to Lighton to check into the inn. There's no inn in this small town. We'll travel down the map. Probably have to pay the tax again. Yes, we do. Figures. But we don't have to go back. That's fine. At least not for now. Where was the tavern again? Is it this place? Or this place? This is the tavern. And here's the inn. Yes. Let's try to aid the healing process a little bit here. We'll have one of these. And one of these as well. And then we'll check back into the inn. And stay for 3 nights. See how he is now, whether he's still at the near-death stage. Yeah, he's at 47% still. It's a bad mistake to let him get his low. Might waste another. Of course, we're out of food. Owen has recovered quite a bit. He's at 25 out of 47, and his near-death situation is pretty much resolved. %. Yeah. Let the rest come to us naturally. We'll save the game here. Let's see who's on in this fine establishment they call Twitch. Christy Cates is coming on. She's going to be playing the guitar and singing us into the night. I think it's become somewhat of a Friday staple to give her a raid. Aren't a lot of people playing retro this time of night? Usually, sometimes there are, but usually not. I'll throw her a raid. Do that right now. She might actually have blocked raids, which I sort of understand at this point in time. Better be Dr. CDCS then. He's playing the Colonel's Bequest, a Laura Bow mystery, point and click PC DOS from 1989. That's sort of up our alley as well. It's I'll start the raid. Thanks for the follow, Wiotti. I missed it due to the endless bots. Didn't see you sleeping in there. I have to turn the alerts off. And thanks again for the bits, DJ Psycho. I won't thank all the horses for following me, but thanks for coming, guys, and sticking around to the end of the stream. What happened to my raid? Start that again. Okay, fine. Thanks for coming, guys. Might and Matic here tomorrow on Shelton Saturday, as per usual. Until then, you sleep well, have an excellent rest of the night, and hopefully see you here again tomorrow. Good night.